Natsume is scouting.
What word was it?
It's somewhat odd. To be on land again. Morning. Is Jasper alright? He's recovering well. And the one who stabbed him. Hopefully the Sentinels make the right choice this time. I'm not...
Apologies to interrupt. Toka has some information that she could use Malin Summer's help with.
Like?
Something political and private.
Political regarding what faction?
Valinor.
I see. Then if you don't mind, I'm sure you'll find more entertaining guests elsewhere.
Last night, the Sentinels received a letter from Elrond Faven, ambassador of Valinor, on board the Kalypsia. It was in regards to the criminal that attacked Jasper. Daven seems to think that a strict example needs to be made of that criminal and is calling for a public execution. Hanging, specifically. Captain Riley seemed apprehensive to this idea, but does believe punishment needs to be doled out to the criminal. Toka decided it would be good to speak to you on this matter.
I don't have any sway on the Kalypsia. You understand, right?
Toka's aware, but still, Toka doesn't feel great about bending the knee to the whims of a Valinor ambassador.
I think a hanging is a bit excessive. He attacked a man, harmed them, threatened them. Surely that warrants a punishment, but he didn't kill anyone, at least not on the ship. I don't think that's punishable by death.
Understood. Toka will take this into consideration.
I would have suggested bringing him off board and letting the people of Ramona decide his fate, so long as he wasn't in the skies with us any longer. As far as I understand it, the Kalypsia doesn't have any holding cells anyway.
We currently have him shackled within the Sentinel building.
Where you do business.
While it's not ideal, it works. Most Sentinel business gets discussed about elsewhere, honestly, but we have him under constant watch. Right now, a Sentinel named Barnabas is watching him.
Even so, until the Kalypsia is able to handle its own prisoners, then I don't think he should stay.
Understood.
Only opening the door for
Toka
more
still
of this
needs
to
to
happen.
Toka still needs to speak to Jasper, but we also still need to interrogate the criminal, as they've made mention of a thieves' guild that they were looking into. Could be just rumor, but best to check.
A thieves' guild aboard the Kalypsia.
It wouldn't be too unlikely. There's usually one in most cities and towns, and the Kalypsia itself is effectively its own city.
I suppose. It doesn't seem as though there's very many inhabitants. Meaning, I suppose I wouldn't
Most are workers
expect
below.
a guild to form so quickly.
Oh, also, Toka found Daven speaking with a masked kitsune, the one that keeps her tails bound, inside of a home on board the Kalypsia.
I have reason to believe that's his term servant.
Interesting. She did answer the door for him when Toka knocked, just to update them on the status of the criminal. Well, that's all Toka has for now.
Very well. Good luck managing the prisoner.
Have a good day.
Feels better this way. I think I've run out of time. Circumstances have cut the rope too thin. Staying any longer seems like suicide. Natsumi is scouting. I've also sent her on a quest to look for some transport. A traveler willing to take us by nightfall, or closer to dawn. I'll need to arrange some things, I suppose, before then. The weasel seems loyal. Perhaps I can use him. And Jasper, if he's willing to stay. There have been murders. Well, I feel like there's going to be murders. Active criminals in the middle of the sky with nowhere to go. A Valinor ambassador. A group of soldiers protecting the Kalypsia that can't even manage the bare minimum welfare for its citizens. And no answers to go off of as to why the dreams have occurred. Any reassurance that it was worth the travel and risk leaving Hinode behind. Everything I do is for my nation. But I've begun to worry that my time is being wasted when it could be better spent back home, making sure my people are safe. Taking precautions that I know for certain would help rather than hinder, than waste my time day after day. The amount of time it took us to get to Ramona, I could have probably gotten back to Hinodale. We're nearly there. I can no longer justify it. I'll need to tell Elfie. The guard will know nothing. Her being aware of my departure only means she will potentially act on orders, knowing she has less time to do so than she thought. And I've not mentioned a word of this to Jasper. Certainly he'll think that I'm being irrational, acting too quickly. But it is something I've thought about for days. Something he'd know about if we'd had the opportunity to speak with one another. But we haven't, due to facades being capped. I don't feel safe, and I no longer feel confident. Neither of which things I can allow to continue. So we will leave. And deal with things elsewhere. We'll take the opportunity while we're grounded. I'm sure he'll understand. But to tell Alden or not, that's a question. Perhaps not. Perhaps we'll leave a cheeky letter. Slip it to him under the farm door. I'm not sure. Make sure he gets it. My night with him will not be easily forgotten, but it's not among my list of priorities, unfortunately. Is there anyone else? No, I think perhaps not. Cedra's was sweet. I never will get to have a cup of tea. Though I anticipate, should the dream be true, they'll visit Day at some point. They'll be certain to make sure that we're ready for their visit and greet them accordingly. I didn't turn one of my base stations on because I was lazy. So I might lose tracking here and there. Also, yes, I am retiring May. This will be our last session with her. I love her. I think she's a little difficult right now because she's such a high authority figure that because of that and no big leads on the dream or anything like that, it just doesn't make sense for her to stay, unfortunately. Nobody knows at this point in the session or at all, other than Kashi and Cacti. The current plan is to return with another character, but that might take a couple of weeks, and in the meantime, I will be DMing some side quests while aboard the Kalypsia with the supporting cast, so hopefully we'll get to tell a few fun stories before I bring in the next character. I don't know who that'll be yet. I'm sure if you're in my server, you will get some previews when I decide who that might be. I have like 4 different ideas, so we'll see which one I land on. we either get Sleepy Goat Girl, Crybaby Elf, Valkyrie, or a little monster. So we'll see which one we vibe with when the time comes. Certainly probably someone more willing to be social and someone who needs to depend on others, so that it'll help me push RP. May is a very isolated, independent character, aside from Natsumi following her around. So she's a little harder. I knew that going into it, but for those in-character reasons of just not having a strong enough reason to stick around, I think she's going to go. I am going to keep her as an occupant for the roleplay, so if we do ever go to Hino Day, I will have her make an appearance, but she's not going to be on the airship. So if anything political ever arises where there's a meeting of sorts between nations, or, you know, a reason for her to show up again, or if we're going to Hino Day, then we will see her. So this isn't going to be the last time, it's just going to be the last time for a really long time, and she'll be taking a pretty big backseat to whoever I make my new adventure. So yeah, that's my plan. If you liked May, I'm really sorry. I'm kind of struggling a lot out of character right now. I do think that because I'm struggling so bad, that she's contributing to some bad mental health stress. And like, we don't need to get into that, so it's more than just the in-character stuff, unfortunately. But I do love her, and I look forward to picking her up again in the future. I've enjoyed the scenes that I've had with other players. I've really enjoyed interacting with Alden and Jasper and Alfei and Natsumi and Chidi and Cedros and Eka. I haven't really interacted with very many, though. I think that's a good tell for how much I actually struggle. But I did enjoy my time, for what it's worth. I don't think it's the RP's fault. I think it's my own fault. Just not the right place, right time sort of thing for this character. And that's okay. That's okay. Anyway, gonna get back into it. I see someone in the distance. I can't tell who it is yet. Morning.
Good morning.
Happy to be on land again.
Yeah, it will a bit weird to be on land after this much time.
I imagine it's a lot like being on an actual ship. You've got to get your land legs back.
Mm-hmm.
We'll enjoy it these next few days while we can. Anything happening in town?
There is people that went complaining to the mayors of the town office, villagers from here, because apparently they have sickness currently affecting their livestock, and to cure this sickness they need special plants and medical supplies that the alchemist doesn't want to help with, or if they want to help with, it's at high price.
I see. Then I take it there are those who have volunteered to help.
Mm-hmm.
Very good.
And I think there is like 3 people that are currently talking to one of the alchemists that is a celestial with 4 wings.
I see.
There is Angel, Mia, and Otar.
Got it. Do you know if there's been any conversations or decisions made on the one who attacked Jasper?
He is currently being restrained at the guardhouse on the Kalypsia, and we're taking turns keeping him here. As for the decision, Tuka wanted to wait for Jaspers to be awake and to ask his opinion.
I see. I would be curious to know what opinion he comes to when he wakes.
And Jasper is awake, but we haven't had the occasion to ask him yet.
I see. Even so, I said that I would come to you for updates. I intend to do that.
Okay.
I won't keep you then.
Have a good day then.
You as well.
Thank you.
Ming? Oh, if you're busy or going somewhere, I don't want to stop you. I just wanted to inform you a bit about the things that's been going on in town.
Alchemist is a jerk and doesn't want to get plants, so people have volunteered to do so.
Well, no,
Tuka
not
has a job for you.
kind of, but like not really.
Don't
Yes.
stand so far away. Go over to her.
Yeah, well, yeah, I was going to. So, apparently there's a sickness in the crops and in the cattle. And usually the herb is actually a very reasonable price, but for some reason it's gone up in price. And the alchemists are the only ones that can afford it, because they're rich people here in town. And so they had Hoppy, they called her a blessed one, go speak with the mayor, which was another celestial, along with Mia for some reason. I think it's because they think that Hoppy and Mia are like together, and Otter I think also sneaked in there. And they're now discussing things. I don't know what they're discussing, but they're discussing things.
They asked Hopscotch to speak with the mayor.
Yeah, they did. With Mia and Otter, I think it's the perfect choice.
Okay. As long as they're aware that she's mute.
They talked with her. Whether or not they realized that she was mute.
Okay.
It's a bit of
Right.
a silly situation.
It is.
Yeah, kind of.
So then what are
well,
you
did
doing?
you go to the barn? Well, I was going to go to check out the cattle, see if I could figure something out, because I've worked with cattle for a long time. Yeah, just take a look around.
I suppose that's a good place to start. Crops
Yeah,
too, I suppose.
exactly.
Mm.
Could I have a quick word with you while you two head out to the barn? Like, I'll be a moment. It'll be just a moment, if you're okay with that.
Hi again.
Hello?
Sure.
Also, I must say you're looking absolutely lovely today.
I was gonna say actually the same. Wow,
Thank you.
we're all in the same wavelength today.
Yes. We're very close to each other. We think the same thoughts. Very in
I
sync.
guess so.
Mm.
Well, it's a pleasure
Have a
seeing
good
ya.
day, Dad.
Gotta
Enjoy
go
your
save the cows
conversation,
or
you two.
whatever.
Stay safe.
Well, yes, I also agree with them. You look great, and I love the tails. Very nice and everything. But I wanted to ask if you were alright. Because, for one, you're not usually without Natsumi, and for two, I was feeling a bit, I don't know, you were very tired a couple days ago, and I didn't have the chance to speak with you yesterday. I just wanted to check on you, because I was a bit worried.
I tend to keep myself busy. You don't need to worry, Alden. I'm sure you have other things to worry
Yeah.
about.
Well, sure, but you're between them, you know?
I have Natsumi scouting the area. Should anything go wrong, she'll probably report back.
Okay. Alright, fair enough.
Do you think it's as simple as a regular sickness? Do you think there's something more to it,
Well,
perhaps?
apparently, I had a couple thoughts on it. For one, apparently it's been happening in the past, and the herb has been affordable, so it's possible that the sickness is completely fine. There's a possibility that it purposely infected the cattle and the crops, but what would the point of that be? Well, apparently the location where they harvest the herb is a secret to only the alchemists, right? So maybe they wanted to make some money by hoarding the monopoly and upping the price. That was one option. Another option is that it's a different sickness, but it's made to look similar to it, for some unknown purpose. And yeah, I mean, it's either that or that. I think greed is probably the thing that's been happening here, but I'm not sure.
Probably. Nobles tend to get that way when they... I'd be curious to know what you find from the livestock. Perhaps that'll help guide us in what's really going on.
Yeah, I will. And the crops. I like your eyes even more.
Thank you.
Yeah, I should probably get...
Yeah, you probably should. I'll, probably poke my head in at some point. Check in on things. What are you doing? Get out of here, Alden.
All right. Oh, do be careful with him. If you ever interact with the mayor, he seemed a bit weird. The one with 4 wings, celestial wings, you'll definitely be able to tell. But yeah, he should be busy right now. There's also 3 people. There's a bird person like me, a woman, and a tan man, muscular, showing all of his abs. They're from here. They're apparently more in with the situation, if you want to ask. But yeah, okay, I gotta go now.
Goodbye.
You're lovely.
Morning.
Morning.
Please press our crop.
No, impressive
Well, they
ability
cover-
to like prowess or whatever the hell you describe it as. Average smoker convinced about it, so it's quite easy to, you know, shine more than the others if you convince others that you're shining.
There is one of the higher level celestials.
Good morning, Mary.
Morning.
Looks like it's you're quite popular.
I know it. Our holiness is so. I don't know what we can do to repay them when they leave. I don't want them to leave.
Yeah, he got a point.
I had every intention of trying to find something to eat and drink around here, but now that seems like poor planning, so I won't. I'll be sure to grab something from the airship before we take off. I almost told Alden. I don't think that would do anyone any good. really none of his concern. He did seem rather kind. Paying special attention. How sweet. Oh shit, this takes us to Trista? That's cool. I've never played this game. Huh. I bet it's gonna give me the another map, you know? The thing that they do.
Excuse me. It's two questions. First, do you know if anyone else from the ship has passed by here?
I've not seen anyone yet.
Okay. And secondly, the town is suffering from a shortage of a specific plant that is used to treat a disease that is afflicting their food supply, and so in some amount of order there will be some level of famine. They're asking for volunteers who are willing to donate mana through a ritual in order to help create more of this plant that they are in need of. Are you interested?
Certainly. When is it?
Okay. It's basically as soon as I go around asking people. So, where people are meeting vaguely in the sort of center area of town, and if you're looking for like Daku or Finch or Nyx and Aina, they're going to be gathering, and we're getting people there. So I'm going to keep going and trying to find people. And if you're willing and able now-ish, then yes.
I'll make your life easier.
Thank you.
Some shouldn't hurt. Maybe it'll help me rest better on the way home.
I didn't know.
That is true.
I thought asked someone who was one.
But surprisingly, up there we actually have quite a lot of them. So I'm not completely alone.
Go up, and then I turn around and I see them bowing.
I need to leave.
It was surprising a few of you get off, honestly.
Cute! Wait, do I like bird boys? Oh no. Ooh, nothing beats a good cat boy, but bird boys? Ooh. Ooh.
Now I'm curious.
It's a wing thing. I loved Maximum Ride when I was younger. I'm not gonna lie, Fang was my boy. So yeah, I get it. That's definitely where that comes from.
Yeah, Jane how smashing the stained glass was an interesting move on her part.
I'm sorry, what?
She smashed the glass.
What the fuck?
Well, she's attempting to, it seems. I don't know if she was actually able to, which is more interesting. If she wasn't able to, then not. But, well.
Perhaps we're dropping 2 criminals off here.
Well, they seem to be treating guardians like gods, so maybe not, actually.
This is where we're gathering for the ritual.
Grace.
I believe so. Are you also taking part?
They're also waiting,
so.
Yes.
Did not know that you were a mage.
It's not advertised.
People know celestials, right?
Technically speaking, yes, but we're not really.
More diluted blood? Kind of like a...
There
really
was
dilute
something about
species.
mana for
We're a different
plants that
species in
Mia
general.
mentioned.
Yes, Mia, it's that we're
Yes.
people here gathering in this vague area for whenever
I'd
it
say
is
it's more
for a
just
certain
like we're
place.
two different folks that are put together.
She is really pretty, I'll miss her.
Because we both live in the same area.
Toka doesn't have too much free time, so if it's not ready now, she unfortunately
At the
has
very
to go.
least, that is unfortunate.
Is she?
Oh,
She don't
Toka.
actually interact with other races.
I'm curious. I don't know if there's any word out there yet.
Geriatrix is.
Any word of
usually don't.
what's happening with our
Just curious.
well, the man who made an attempt on Jasper.
Currently, he is in apprehension and guarded in the Sentinel building. We are keeping a close eye on him and interrogating him for more information as he mentioned certain things that we would like to investigate.
Well, technically, Guardians have.
On top of that,
celestial
we've
blood.
spoken to Jasper about his
Or,
opinion
well,
of what should be done, and
Geriatrix
Jasper
blood
wants
is
to speak to him himself.
Fair enough. Thank you.
It might be. That would make sense. Like I said, we're not exactly have the same ancestry. We just live in the same area. Us Shipboard tend to live on this lower islands. Well,
Oh, Malin,
Geriatrix and Guardians live more towards the middle and upper islands of the.
may I borrow you
Stay
again
on.
for just a moment?
If you promise it'll only be a moment.
Just a moment.
I'm assuming it might be something to do with Geriatrix blood, then. Oh? Perhaps.
The other of your kind with the bound tails and the mask. She's from the Satori clan.
Understood.
Old rivals of the Homadas. Interesting.
And a notable group that used to be loyal to the crown.
Did you break the stained glass in the church? Why? What? I don't know what that means. Okay.
Take another swig, Leto.
He might need it.
Perhaps it
honestly
is a
speaking.
Geriatrix blood thing.
I'm going to assume it's a Geriatrix blood thing. Because from what I can tell, it's not a celestial thing. Anyways.
I'm assuming that you guys are all gathering for the ritual.
Yes,
Yeah.
I don't know who else is, but at least the four of us are, and maybe some of them down there. I'm not sure.
I'm guessing that entire group over there.
Set up by the.
I'm going to
so
assume
the
yes,
only one
that
over there
entire
with the
group
blue
over
hair.
there.
Yeah, any magic users and such, and probably a few non as well if you fancy going just for the support. Anyone.
What is it for?
I didn't really ask, but considering they're acquaintances of the Holy One, I kind of,
The Holy One.
All right.
should probably help. Anyway, two little
Sure.
Excuse me, young lady. I was just curious.
The four-winged
Are
angel.
you busy at all?
I'll stay by and watch, I guess.
I mean, they're just another people.
Do you need something?
On the church.
Yeah, I'm kind of like recruiting people to help out.
Well,
with
I
this
guess in that
ritual
case,
we
yes,
got
they would be.
going on for the Holy One's sister. So
Bishop
if you
or
guys could,
something,
like, stay
perhaps?
here,
The
you
Holy
as well,
One.
maybe.
That would really make them a home.
What kind of ritual?
Like a bishop or
Yeah, and I think they're
Not really
talking
sure.
about someone
I
from
just
your
know it's for,
ship.
like, their holiness, and they're
I
trying
don't
to help
know.
out with the town. So.
Isn't that blue?
It's anyone with
That
wings.
girl from your ship?
Which one?
Mana, yeah.
Hi, everybody.
Heard a second ago.
If you don't mind me interrupting anything.
They said it was her
We have a harbor
appointment,
message.
so...
If you
I'm gonna
wouldn't mind.
keep going round, see
Of
if
course.
I can find more people.
Are you? Can you blink for a second, perhaps? I can't see you that well. Blink. Whoops. You're fine.
Oh, no.
What is that status?
Good morning.
I've been here the whole
Holy shit.
Of course.
If there's some request I can make of you, sorry.
Morning.
Oh,
There's a ritual happening.
I haven't seen that in a
Some
while.
issues if you haven't been aware.
Comes with the territory, I
That we
suppose.
have that we usually help the cure black.
Holy shit!
Lately, it's sort of.
Are you okay?
Yes, Blackburn. Normally, we have a certain
It's
medicine called Alwu to help with it, but lately
a
the
bit
stocks of it have
taxing
been
to continue to hide the
yeah,
tails.
and no one can really afford to buy it anymore. But there is
Oh.
a theory, hopefully, that a ritual can help us get some more of the plant multis and such. But no, our city doesn't really have much mana.
Well, three of us have already offered support.
God,
to
that
one of
status.
our friends, but of course,
Oh, that's great. Sorry.
I will also
He's so
say, I am
handsome.
not an expert, but I am a
I
medicine man
didn't
from where I
know
come
that you had more
Would
than
it
one.
be possible
Did
for
he
me
just-
at some point to have a look at some of the, if you have any
Of course.
one with symptoms? Not right
We
now, but if
literally
some-
sleep
I'd
in the
hide
same
them in
room.
Hinode.
Don't you start.
It was safer.
I know, and that's why I am.
I suppose it doesn't
Hmm,
really
it's an
matter as
extremely
much here.
exotic thing. It's
You're
not
gonna have a
something
rough
that
night if you
I
keep
can
I'll
really
enjoy it
remember
while I
it is.
can.
Nor do I
Listen,
think-
let me have
That's
this.
something you
I
have to
was
speak with the mayor
one of
about.
the first things that
Let
happened
you
was
I know you are all
this.
minded to
I
go
was
and have
handed
with
a fucking
someone,
lemon
but
today.
Mayor, the
They're
purple
beautiful.
I'm
woman?
letting you have this.
Well,
No,
she-
it's
The divine one.
Fair enough.
The four
Divine
wings,
one.
tall
Four wings.
stature.
I see.
The,
Tear.
the color.
For those that have offered their assistance, we're going to be leaving
Thank
now.
you.
I see.
I like penguin
Many
chicken
would
lettuce,
disagree.
whatever, but don't call me holy or grace or divine. None of that.
thank you all again for all the support you've had.
Why would they
Of course, of
disagree
course.
with that?
Happy to help.
Someone who used to live close enough towards her.
Red is a blemish. 7 even more so.
Oh. He's off.
I suppose we are following you then?
Oh, we're heading this way.
Where
Very
we're
well.
going. He's one of the alchemists.
You know what?
Were you assisting?
I thought,
Is this a group of people who
I'm
ritual?
not sure I should.
I think we should.
You coming along as well?
What's on about the ritual?
Ritual.
I believe want to
I'm just unsure how people here take to my affinities.
Don't know how you can help. They want me to burn it.
It should just be the mana they care about, not the magic associated with it.
Hopefully.
If it'll stop greedy nobles from getting what they want, then I think it's worth it. Though they have more donators than I expected. Maybe that's a good sign.
Maybe people are curious what the whole thing is about.
Maybe.
What is all that?
I don't really know.
These long stalks.
This town has some peculiarity to
It's
it,
wheat.
especially with people
You use it to make
focusing on the very weird church
various breads, pastries,
but to apparently
baking
to
items.
That-
very wobbly, and then
That turns into
also
bread?
to a horrid person,
Yes.
as in trying to break it and tapping on
From
it
what we
with
know,
sticks.
we're guessing it's a
Strange.
church.
Sticks!
Because as a fellow Celestial, I didn't see anything wrong with it. So.
This place is all out of the fucking windows.
And we're going real out of the way for this.
I mean,
Suppose everyone's coming along then.
There's no need for a transition there.
It was not. I think that's just how the world is.
This is pretty out of the way.
They said it was a ritual of some kind. Those can be large and disturbing, depending on what they're doing.
Consider it less a ritual. It sounds a bit more mysterious that way. It's more an experiment of sorts, and everyone else has sort of gotten dragged along.
I see.
Experiment.
Do you
I'm sure
think there's
that's
any
more comforting?
benefit to dragging everyone out here so that someone can do something terrible in our absence?
Well, the idea wasn't to bring everyone. It just seems everyone sort of tagged along. We were ideally looking for a smaller group of people, but it seems bringing a large group out of the town means a large group's going to attach onto the side and then follow along, and that's just how that works.
Hmm.
I believe it's curiosity.
I'd do it. If any of you feel any sort of sense of unease or danger or whatever, you're welcome to head off. If you don't feel comfortable, everything's on you. You can head back if you really want.
Is there something to feel uncomfortable about?
Not currently, but like all experiments, something might.
Fair enough, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, from what I know, it's just they need mana, so.
I like your dress.
Question. I have to
Thank
give
you.
them mana, or can they just take it from me?
I figured it would be easier
It seems to be some sort of
being on land again.
It was told to me that a process
We are still going.
I've been wearing this for so long, I guess I didn't really think about what other clothes may feel like.
There's a tailor on board, perhaps. You can have something new made.
Maybe.
I've changed my mind.
It's a little long for a ritual, isn't it?
Hmm.
Well, it's according to them, it's an experiment.
This group has been assembled. I was not
Yeah,
aware that
we only
someone
gathered
was
about, I
there.
think, 6 people, but, you know, once a big group goes leaving a big populated area, curiosity attaches people and everyone starts moving on.
Yep,
You've changed your mind? You said?
They're ready and waiting for you, so you can handle in.
If we decide to leave, this is just going to open back up with ease, right?
It should just open unless it's like rusted shut, which it shouldn't be, but yeah, you should manage.
Should be able to.
If you want to test it, you can always go through, come back out, push it again, and, you know, guarantee yourself.
Or do that.
Well, not everyone can.
Fair, I suppose.
We'll spectate. Should something actually go wrong. They seem to have plenty, anyway.
We should probably be at the front unless the mages are already prepared.
Yes.
Yo, I thought his ass was out. Look at him. I can't say for certain until I see more of this place.
If something were to happen and the gate was stuck, I can easily slip under it in shadows and get it open from the other side.
Very well. Seems like others are cautious as well.
The Holy One, I believe they're called, would give me
yes.
would potentially be the one to talk to if I'd like
Might
to
be
get
worth
permission
walking and
to look
talking.
into it.
Seems the group's
Of course,
splitting a
walk
bit.
and talk.
Yeah, by
I
all
wasn't
means.
sure if I was allowed to get close. Apologies.
Yes. There's a
we can
separate
walk and
path
talk.
there.
I was
You
told
should
that
follow
were
where the
one
others
to talk
went,
to if
lest we
it's,
get lost.
If someone would like to look into a little more of this disease going around. I studied various ones throughout my time.
Several paths, actually.
It seems some of them might loop into each other.
Just past these gates, the mages are ready and waiting.
If it takes it from me, they can do that. Just don't know how.
Okay.
Better if I can help here, of course, but study takes time.
Just stay out of the way.
Look over the records, consider the matter.
Of course. I appreciate the consideration. Of course. Squeeze in if they need me. Apologies, if you'll excuse me.
Just to satiate my own curiosity, what does this ritual entail?
I don't see Jasper here. They have watchers.
Didn't seem safe, did it?
No, there are others that are watching anyway. If something goes wrong, Alden will fly to us. But there are less of us in town and anything can happen. Follow the path, you'll find the others.
Where is Romaldo, if I may ask?
That way.
That way? Okay, thank you. Goodbye.
Don't make any turns.
I don't like him. Too loud.
I don't like him either. Or any of the sentinels except for Ceteris, for that matter.
Ted is nice.
He seems to have a good head on his shoulders. I just hope they don't give him any rotten things to think about. Good. It's quite a long ways to do a ritual. With rumors of a plague being spread and corrupted nobility, I worry that there are ulterior motives.
Corrupted nobility?
That's the best way to interpret it. There are stingy nobles and alchemists who refuse to help the town because they're not getting paid enough to do so. Which means they have control so long as the town suffers, and they can't do anything about it. It's dirty. Dishonorable. Don't eat or drink any of the food or liquids here.
Okay. I'm used to not eating anyways.
It's spreading through their livestock and their crops, and we don't know about the water yet.
The food on the Kalypsia should be fine, though.
Yes. stop there tonight and grab something.
Oh.
I'll need to talk to you about something at some point, but first we should make sure the town is alright.
Okay.
Morning.
You haven't seen a large group of mages performing a ritual around here, have you?
Very
All
deep
the
into
way
the
back
woods.
There, deep in.
Thank you.
Follow the path once you're into the woods and don't take any turns.
You'll come to a gate.
Be cautious, will you?
I don't believe this town can be trusted.
So empty so quickly. Still guards, but this place is so different from Milsante, but we're supposedly in the same land. May. These are teapots and cups, right?
Yes.
Should we get some?
Yes. I'll pay for whatever you'd like.
I'm making quite a bit of money selling my spells, so you don't have to worry about it that much.
So save it for something that's gonna benefit you. And let me get it.
I like tea, so I think that this benefits me. Thank you for the offer. You're kind to me.
Okay. Things seem ordinary.
They're not crystals, but they look similar.
I couldn't tell you what they were. I've never been.
It looks like they're attached to rings and necklaces and the like.
Yes. People wear them as decoration. You've heard of jewelry, I'm sure.
Oh, yeah. I heard some people use it in enchanting and things like that. I hadn't really seen any before. None that I recognized.
It's nice to look at, that's about it. You're awake.
Good to see you.
Good to see you as well.
Have you been approached by the sentinels yet?
Yes, I have.
They wanted your verdict on what's to happen to the man that attacked you.
And I don't think I can give a verdict until I see the man himself.
What do you have to gain?
Perhaps satisfaction. Clarification? Perhaps a little more.
Very well.
Are you one of the few that has disagreed with my notions? Or want to sort of put their words to sway me?
Not especially. I've heard that some are calling for an execution. I would disagree with that. But I suppose it's none of my business. I wasn't involved.
I suppose not.
Good luck to you.
May, they have cats.
That was so cute. You like cats?
I told you before, I met cats during my travels, and I like Powder.
What did it look like?
I think Powder likes me. They're right there.
The one on your travels, Ilfe.
Oh, it was mostly black with some white parts, like the paws. And its stomach.
A tuxedo cat!
And its fur was kind of long.
Not exactly as you described. But this was the closest they had. You're gonna suffocate it.
Are we supposed to name it?
People do that when they're young. I know I did when I was little. Everything has a name.
I'm certainly not young, but maybe we should anyways.
If that is what you want.
What was your sister's name?
Please don't name this thing after my sister.
Okay. sorry.
Come with. We'll think of a name. Find somewhere to sit. If you could have given the one a name that curled inside your shirt, what do you think it would have been?
Well, at the time I just called it NECA.
Simple enough.
But, if I could have named it... Hanukkah. It's the symbols for flower and child.
Oh, I sat on my cat. Sorry, baby. I'm sorry. She's like, Mom, I'm sleeping. Too fast. Hanako. Cute.
You think so?
It beats Neko.
I suppose it does. Why is red a blemish?
Back home, they believe those with lighter color hair have the correct bloodline. That they're descendants from the god we worship. That the darker your hair, the more evil you are. It's not exactly common.
I suppose that would make me pretty evil.
If you were a kitsune, you would look down upon, yes.
Not too different from now.
No, I suppose not.
I don't think red's a blemish, though. I told you what I thought of your hair color before.
Yes. That varies from the standard that I'm used to.
Just another thing about you that reminds me of the sun.
It's refreshing to be somewhere where those around me think that I am beautiful.
The red of your tails also matches the flowers that I like.
Santa. I suppose for Hinode standards, I break all of the rules. I am not of pure descent. I am not a man, last I checked. And I do not have 9 tails, contrary to expected belief. But my uncle didn't have any heirs. I was the best that they could do. And even then, it's not good enough. But I intend to prove them wrong.
I think you will. You and I are in a more similar position than I thought. When I got out, my family chose to help me because I was the youngest. I was the only option. The last heir. They knew they could only get one person out. And it had to be me.
Do you
They
ever
wanted
wish
me to continue their work.
that it was someone else?
When I first got out, I think I thought about that a lot. But then I met you and I broke all the rules. I wasn't supposed to like you. Not by what my family believed in their standards.
They knew a corrupt ruler, unfortunately.
Mm-hmm.
That's why the situation here is so disappointing. Corruption is everywhere, but to see it first thing we get off the ship.
Well, I suppose it's all about balance. Without dark, there's no light. Without the sun, there's no shadows.
I hope that's not your way of trying to make sense of it.
I suppose what I'm getting at is, at least through my study of magic, it's always followed the rule of an equivalent exchange. One thing has to happen for another. So maybe the corruption has to be there for you to solve it. So that you can prove everyone wrong.
Yes, but not here. But you're right. Too many days on the Kalypsia have passed where there's been no progress towards these dreams or helping my nation. I'm out of options, Yelfe. Natsumi is finding the two of us transportation. I don't intend to get back on the ship.
What do you need?
I don't need anything. I'm not on the run. I just need to make it back home.
No, I mean, what do you need to make progress towards your dream?
I took a gamble, leaving Hinode at the hands of Natsumi's father, in an attempt to find the source of what triggered all of these terrible dreams. And since being here, there's been a lack of leadership, a lack of answers, crime. I'm in constant danger, and staying any longer is merely a suicide wish. And I have more important things to do than risk it. I can't risk it anymore. I intend to speak to a few before leaving. Strike up some sort of deal so that I can stay updated. Hobbies.
Finding out something that would trigger dreams like that wouldn't be something you can find out so quickly.
No, it wouldn't. But there are people aboard the airship that could give us more answers than what we have now. And they've yet to show their face. They have yet to give us any information that they might have. I can't rely on that anymore. I would be a fool if I did. I won't tolerate it any longer.
Then I'll find them. I'll find them and get the answers you need.
You'll stay and give me updates. This isn't negotiable, Elfe. I'm sorry.
No, what I mean is, if you can stay just for one more trip, I'll find them.
I don't have time for that.
You know, fancy a drink first.
I've already given too much. I know that's not what you want to hear. But I've always told you that duty comes first.
But what if you're leaving something more important than you realize?
If things change, then I can return. I will have informants.
I'll get you whatever information you're looking for.
Besides, someone did make a pretty good point. Knowing what I know now is still more than what I had left home. It's enough to at least allow me to start preparations for Hino Day should something go terribly wrong. Confirmation that others have also had the dream and have seen similar. That'll kick our army into gear. It'll start prep. Just enough so that we're not blindsided. I can't. I just can't risk it. Hino Day first. Always.
You promise you'll come back if I find what you're looking for?
And duty permits, then yes. I am certain that the Kalypsia will fly over Hino Day at some point anyway. This isn't the last you'll see of me.
I know it's not the last. I told you I can wait for you. That also doesn't mean I don't want you to go, though.
I know. Goodbyes are difficult.
I'm sorry for making it hard for you.
You're not. I think it's the other way around, really. I don't intend to spread this information around. There are some that I would rather not know that I'm gone until I'm gone. For my own safety.
I think I am making this hard for you still. Malin's good at talking to me with these things.
Years of stonewalling myself so that Hino Day can benefit has sort of made this easier than I would have liked. There isn't anything more important to me than that. That's why it's so easy to leave.
I understand. But I think that May is sadder than Maylin is letting me know.
I'm sure May wishes she could indulge. But there's no point in dwelling on those things, because they're not possible. They never will be. Not here, nor in Hino Day.
What things exactly?
Freedom of paranoia. Being able to eat and drink food without worrying whether or not it's poisoned. Being able to indulge in the throes of romance without knowing that it can't ever actually be a thing, because you have to give yourself to whoever's going to give you the stronger alliance. Putting yourself aside so that everyone else can benefit, because that's your job, and the person before you did a shit job at it. Things that let someone be a person. I've given up on those things.
I think you're a person.
You can think that, Alfie. That was totally in out of character sound. Holy shit.
Will you write back to me?
Always. And if I don't, assume something is wrong. Terribly, terribly wrong.
Then if you don't, I'll come straight to Hina Day.
I'll be waiting for the airship to make an appearance. They're returning.
Not up here. Yeah, I mean that's like a map.
Has any of you seen Jasper?
On the fountain.
He went back that way towards the church, and I think he's down the road now.
Okay, thank you.
So he'll be leaving tomorrow at night.
Tomorrow morning. Before the others wake,
Then can
I
you-
hope.
And can you give me tonight?
I can't.
I meant a date.
It's spoken for.
I see.
Final preparations and all of that.
Then will you give me the day?
Alden,
Yes.
how'd it go?
Let what go?
The ritual?
Oh, how did it go? Not let it go. I was very confused. Well, they tried to perform this ritual to this plant in the middle of the circle. And they did, and it was very flashy and everything, but in the end it died. The plant, that is. They went off to have a chat to decide, they discussed some things, and they came back and told everyone that supposedly someone had come here with an artifact and made the plants and the medicine and all of that. But the artifact was stolen by bandits a couple months ago. And they asked us if we were willing to go retrieve it, since we had been so kind and understanding. They didn't ask us to immediately declare our intention, so if you're willing to go off into a bandit killing mission, you're still ready for it. But, other than that, not much else happened.
When is this mission to occur?
Well, probably tomorrow, if I were to guess. After all, we're only staying a couple days, right? The Sentinels also told me, apparently, that people were coming to town to organize teams or something, but I think they made it up to come here. I'm not sure. I don't know any details about that. So now you're all catch up? Caught up.
Thank you. It was quiet here.
I'm sure. Any questions?
Not particularly.
Wonderful. Well, that's it then. That's a nice buckler.
What is it?
You asked for my day.
Thank you.
You can have it if you allow me to speak to someone first.
Honestly. Just a quick
Alright.
for it.
I like it anyway, you know. Simple.
I saw them run off in that direction. I'll wait until I see them again.
I prefer the bigger the shields.
You have me until 11 p.m. EST. After that chat.
It's better to have something than nothing after all.
Yes. I was hoping I wouldn't have to fight something out here, but...
So you are going
debating on it. I'm debating on it still. I feel like I should, but at the same time it's just
Thank you.
not enough info, I guess.
Fair.
Surgery man.
No.
Looks like we should know more before we charge out. Find a bunch of bandits and slaughter them.
Yeah, probably.
There's nothing to think.
Would you like to go somewhere more quiet?
No, I need to speak to that individual.
You know, not just jumping into it like I want to be here or something.
But I need for them to come out first.
Oh, you die. Don't jump into things head first.
Alright. I still think I should thank you. You're giving me time that you don't have to.
What's that? I'm surprised you didn't know.
Oh no! The Jasper! He's broken!
Okay. I'm standing. Okay.
Very good.
Feeling better?
Effort. Mostly, I suppose.
That's good. Is your arm able to be moved? The nerves all right, the muscles? A spear stab to the arm is not a good thing.
Yes, I'm getting some movement in it.
That's good. That's a good sign. It means that it's healing well. What about your back?
What's with all the questions? I don't understand. You weren't concerned before.
Well, yes, but you almost got killed. That's a different matter. I may not like you, this side of things, but that doesn't mean that I want something horrible to happen to you, this other side of things, you know?
Not like me. Regardless. Yes,
Just some
everything
candid concern.
Regardless, everything that I have is mostly checked out by the medical, and I believe I might be looking for some of them for painkillers.
What's your favorite weather, May? I've read that in different places the weather is not like this.
Well, I think they're all coming back from the
Sometimes
ritual still.
it snows
the
or
alchemists
rains
and everything.
or other things.
They have their alchemy shop, I think that's it.
What do you prefer?
So, but I'm sure they got painkillers. They just don't have a particular medicine at the moment. I don't know how much you know about the situation here.
Right now,
More or less.
actually.
Okay, that's good.
In the middle of summer.
Well then, nothing to tell you. Try to recover once you're
There's
in.
less rain.
Sure.
The sun shines at its brightest.
Odd bird.
Not many can bear
Might
the
I
heat.
borrow you?
But we can. It's green, and the birds are out, and cicadas sing. It's nice and warm.
I think I like it like this too.
I think my favorite season is autumn, though.
Why is that?
I suppose it reminds me of my father. I intend to bring the sake you gave me with, so that I may share it with him.
What time will you be sharing it with him? Is there a specific day?
Mid-autumn,
Hello.
when the sun is setting.
Yes, hi.
Then I'll buy some more and share some with him too. Where you gave me to mourn.
Do you need something?
Just... I suppose don't mention it.
Okay.
Who you're sharing a drink with.
Just between us.
Can I help you in any way?
Their name is Angel. They do this a lot. Don't worry about it.
I don't... I don't do so publicly. It would be frowned upon.
I see. I think I got it. Her name.
I was like, what the
Akimi.
fuck? Akimi!
Beautiful.
Oh, it's so cute! Aww! Aww! I like that one better.
Yes. So, I guess it kind of depends which one.
So I heard in the winter.
I'm not keeping it. This was for you.
I'm not asking you to keep it. I'm asking you to give her a hug.
That motherfucker. I see you.
Oh, I suppose that would be surprising for you, considering you're also from the north, yes. The other noble, what's her name? With the
I
tail?
don't believe she's a noble.
She's of higher standing.
I think he's part of the church or something.
Right, she's one of the heads of some sort of church.
Oh, she's a head. That I did not know.
She's relatively high up.
We'll take good care of her.
You better. I'll check on her health the next time I see you.
Yes.
The person I'm looking for ran that way. I'll find you again when I'm finished.
Would you like? Okay.
Oh, no.
Not like we're going to kill you.
I mean, I'm sure he would want to, but...
This is why they let me have an extended vacation. Is this why?
Oh, is this an instance where you don't actually get a vacation?
Any of you seen those?
Cacti.
Sorry, hello. I was in the restroom.
I just got here. I don't know if this still applies because I know people have been in the church since RP started, but I've entered the church. I don't know if I was still supposed to ping.
Yes, that still applies.
Okay.
Give me 1 second. I'm on my way.
Oh no. Alright. Should I mute? Like, can I leave? I'm gonna stay. Oh, okay.
You can go back on. Okay, so looking in here, everything looks completely normal. Although as you get closer, you notice that there is a hole in that stained glass window, the big one.
Odd. Suppose I don't need to ask questions. I heard that Holly hit it. Did he come in here? Jesus Christ. Pardon? I wish they didn't close on me like that. That's annoying. Unless they went in here.
Rasfonzor.
Rasfon. Alright.
I don't mean to interrupt. Did you see the shorter, blue-haired individual run through here?
Unfortunately, I have not.
Not recently.
Thank you.
So what I'm hearing is I should charge you every time you come to the tavern.
He's Grace. He's
way older
holiness.
than him.
I've got to charge him double, but
I
just
know,
for the first drink.
But to this town,
Aye.
Just to even it out.
I paid for the drink still. I didn't take it for free.
Well, that is very nice of you, my lord.
I would.
You're not considered.
I don't want to be given
It's supposed to
anything
be
because
fair.
of my blood.
Apologies.
I would like to say that
Ah, you're
if we
okay.
are actually going to be
Anything seem to be the problem?
I would know I've
you
seen
were
Find everything all right?
time. Jesus.
No,
No,
like-
a weapon.
Be
careful with
it. I'd
How
stop
do you
you.
even wield that thing?
We
To
are
have a
going
word
to be dealing.
with him.
I suppose it's supposed to be long.
With
That was
who?
more of a glaive, I guess, but
He's not listening to you.
still.
Oh,
I'm just
Are you busy?
So you talking to me?
No,
Well,
no,
first
not,
he wants
not
our
easy.
attention, it seems.
May I take you for a
Not just a
moment?
Sota.
Just as, okay. Never mind. What I was going to say
sure.
is that if we are going to be dealing with these bandits, we should probably try to get a group together of everyone who is, try to at least set up somewhat of a chain.
That's why I'm gonna set up a poster of you and like a meet here tomorrow morning.
It shouldn't be long. Do you intend to hunt the bandits?
I do not know. The town does need help, but we only have 2 days, as well as it's not entirely our problem.
But it would be easy to help them. They can't help themselves.
That is true. I am still unsure of town as well, so.
I suppose that's to be expected. They haven't exactly earned good reputation for themselves. But I see civilians asking for help where their nobles have failed them. It's a bit disappointing on their part. Even so, should you decide that you want to give them aid, you would be making Hinode proud. I'd help them if I could, but I'm not a fighter.
I will see what I can do.
I want to ask...
Others in Kalypsia have already asked if I could help by speaking to the brands to see if they can spot where the bandits came from.
Some sort of scouting escapade, then? You're small and fast. It would suit you. You're also armed, should anything go wrong.
I mostly use as self-defense anyways. So if there is major fighting, I'm probably not going to try and join in.
People could learn from you. Only causes more problems when people do that.
I have been seeing a lot of people immediately hurt, and we only just got here today.
Everyone wants to be a hero. That's why half of them are here.
I think I'd be fine not being one.
Then why come?
Being a hero is one thing. Seeing your country live for another day is another thing. I want to be in service to Hinode, but I do not need the recognition that comes with it. Never asked for recognition in the first place.
You continue to surprise me. I suppose we're alike in that regard. It's refreshing to hear. Can you read? Can you write?
Of course. Mother taught me all of that when I was younger.
Then I would like to burden you with a favor.
Anything.
I'd like you to start. Well, I need you to keep a secret for me for the next 48 hours. After that, you're free to talk about it with whoever you wish.
Of course.
And going forward, I would like for you to exchange letters with me on things that you learn while being on the Kalypsia. Updates to things happening with the dream, progress, hindrances, who's running it, who's useful, what you're all doing while you're on the ship. Those sorts of things.
I can definitely do that for you.
You are one of two that I'm asking this of. I trust no one else.
It would be my honor.
I would repay the favor with time. But the secret that you must keep is that I will be departing at dawn to return to Hinode's side. For my own safety, there are few that can know that until I'm gone, and have made large enough headway on the road so that they can't catch up.
I see. I will be sure to keep that a secret.
one moment. Can you repeat that?
I will make sure to keep it a secret. And when it comes to repayment, there is no need. My family does owe an unpayable debt for your family. Considering
I disagree.
I probably wouldn't be alive if not for your family.
I will not allow you to do this favor without me repaying it somehow.
As you wish.
I'm certain the Kalypsia will make its way over to our side of the nation at some point. When it does, I'll be sure to stop by. That's all.
It would be nice to see home again.
I'll make sure it's presentable for your arrival.
Day is always presentable, Your Majesty.
I suppose it is.
It is an honor serving you, and it has been a very much big honor
Oh,
meeting you in general.
he's so cute. The honor is mine.
I have nothing to give you something, and considering you are preparing to leave, now is probably a good time more than any. Back in Mirisante, at the alchemy shop, I was able to get some tea from Kashin. It's different from Hinode, but I made sure to pick up all of the good goodies for you.
Thank you. It will certainly see its use. Take care of yourself, please.
I will. I do have to come home eventually, don't I?
Yes. You better.
As Her Majesty wills.
You don't need to call me that. If ever I don't respond to any of your letters, you can assume that something very terrible has happened in Hinode.
I will keep that in mind.
Have you seen Jasper around?
He was speaking to the doctor by the farms in that direction.
Okay, I'll head that way then. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Holding a gray and white cat plush.
Why do you have that?
It was a gift.
Oh.
Are you done with your talk?
Yes.
I'll see you later, Akka.
Okay.
She's so cute.
Have a good
Okay.
day.
Okay. Okay.
You too.
Have a good thing. We're gonna have the best thing.
Everything okay?
Yes.
Alright. So, was there anything else out there besides that forest?
We didn't go very far. And I hadn't been further than that. So maybe.
We also didn't go very far that way. Do you want to explore?
Take your pick.
No, the forest was much darker, so why don't we take this way? I had spoken to the mayor and a few of the locals. It seems nobody here has had the dream.
Interesting. Afternoon.
Hello. Which would indicate that those who have had the dream have all been compelled to come to the Kalypsia.
Perhaps. But if that's the case, then wouldn't it be more difficult for people to break away from it?
Maybe, but maybe not.
If it's magic,
There's
perhaps it's not
plenty
that
of-
strong. You know, afterwards.
Or perhaps it works within a range.
Right.
I mean, I think I could leave if I wanted to.
Considering...
But you said you didn't want me following you.
No, you would be probably stuck within the walls of Eno Day, or maybe even a building. You have more benefit seeing the world here. And you're more useful to me here.
I still wouldn't mind it, though. I wanted to get to see more of Hino Day when I was there, but it was still scary.
I won't lie to you, Elfie. There may still be people there who look at you like you've got 3 heads. But if I can fix that, I will.
Well, when I write to you, where should I be sending the letters exactly?
I'll get you the address. I don't tend to stay within the main keep very much. Too paranoid. but
Sorry, it's just I'm realizing that you and I are just as scared, but you're a lot better at hiding it.
if I told you the things I worried about day to day, you would laugh at me.
Well, I'd like to hear your worries. I think that they're important to me.
I'll share them when it's not goodbye for now. You ever seen a chicken? There's a chicken. That becomes the meat that you eat day to day. And those are cows. They become the steaks that you eat day to day.
Oh. Why does it look sort of like Eka?
I'm telling her you said that.
Please don't.
Only because you asked so nicely. I'd be careful not to touch them, considering they're diseased at the moment.
Ah, that's right. What's that big lump on their stomachs?
While they are meat, they also produce milk. The milk is stored in the balls.
Comes from that?
Ilfe jump scare. Yes.
How? Why?
You know what? One of your first tasks while I'm gone is to ask Alden how to get milk from cows. That is not something that I'm qualified to explain to you.
I see. I'll be sure to ask him. I'm not sure if I want to drink milk now, though I don't think I've had it in the first place.
You use it to make cakes. I think it's worth it. And other things. But cake is good.
I'll have to try cake then.
You know, you use chickens in cake, too. With the eggs that they make.
Huh. Those white and yellow things that we get at breakfast?
They come from chickens.
They don't have a weird sack on them. Where does it come from?
The inside.
So they cut them open and take it out?
They lay them. They lay eggs. I don't think I'm qualified for this one either.
I see. Sorry.
It's fine.
I feel like there's so many things I don't know enough about.
It's to be expected. You were rather sheltered.
Yes.
That makes sense.
There's quite a lot of land out here.
There is.
I haven't seen land like this very much, though. All of the flat parts.
It varies from place to place, as I'm sure you can imagine.
Really big walls for such a small town.
I imagine they belong to a larger kingdom that takes care of them. Perhaps they supply such things. Then again, I'm not familiar with this particular area.
Fortress. Do you think it's worth checking out?
We could see what it's like. I don't imagine they would let us in.
Probably not, but I've never seen one outside of where I came from. If that counts, I'm unsure.
I suppose that's a version of fortress, yes.
I had heard the word a few times. Guards would say something about it being locked up tighter than a fortress.
Well, that's true. You were in a prison. A highly secured prison. A prison is a fortress in and of its own right, but many fortresses serve to protect rather than keep things inside. And Alcatraz did both. It protected and kept things inside.
But it didn't keep me inside.
It certainly didn't. You and some others I've heard. I intend to see to that as well.
Others?
There's word going around that the shackled individual on the Kalypsia law, they were on their way to Alcatraz with several others. And they were busted out on their way? Which doesn't make sense to me.
That much herself.
Those transporting... Holy shit. There's an actual space here. Those transporting...
Scraps are huge.
Yeah. People like you and Law, who are meant to be contained, are met with well-trained individuals in order to keep it that way. The fact that they were busted out in the first place is alarming, to say the least. I'll have to pay a visit.
When you're gone, is there anything that you'd like me to do regarding the elf that you're wary of? Or anyone else for that matter?
With the Valinorians specifically, I would just like to be kept aware of what they're up to if you find out, but not to the point where you endanger yourself by doing so. I'd rather you remain off of their radar. I have other people for that, if need be. I have a network on the Kalypsia already. They've kept an eye on the Valinorians.
never seen roads like this. It's like a bunch of rocks, scattered but organized.
It's cobblestone. Some of them are like this in Hinode. But not the same stone as this. It looks a bit different.
It's over this way.
You brat, you knew this was here. Look at this view. Of course you knew. Of course you know.
You can see across the mountains here. And there's a large forest below. That tree looks lonely out here.
Why don't we keep it company? I don't know where anything is. Pillow. Oh, nope. Nope. That was a whole panty flash. Oh, God. Oh, it didn't get any better. Oh, fuck.
This is a nice space. It's away from everything, but the sun's all around. Plenty of plants.
It's serene. It reminds me of a shrine back home. Off to the side. People think it's too out of the way to visit, so they don't. I often go there for peace. It's very similar. We're gonna lay down because it'll be easier. Hey, like...
I wonder how old this tree is.
Couple of 100 years, maybe more. Maybe
I've
less.
heard under the right conditions that trees could live as long as us, maybe even longer.
They certainly could. If it were protected properly, we could live longer than any elf.
I think I've decided I want to try and become somebody more important.
In what regard?
In the regard that I can provide more to you.
I suppose you do that already in some ways. For selfish
I know.
reasons.
Maybe selfish reasons aren't always bad, but I keep finding myself thinking, what else can I do for her?
We can start at the basics. Live. Stay alive.
Well, I have to do that to meet up with you again.
And if anything were to happen to me, I'd still want the same thing. For you to live.
I'd keep you with me.
I'm fond of you, but it's also important that we keep your bloodline alive. Protected. You have magic I've never
Why's that?
seen before.
Oh. You want to use my magic?
I want to keep it alive.
Well, you have magic that I haven't seen before.
But many can do what I do. I've never seen anyone do what you do.
Maybe many can do what you do, but not many can make me feel what you do.
Well, maybe not to you. But to many, I am replaceable. I would beg to differ for you. I think many would.
I don't think that I would meet many people as interesting as you are. Every talk with you is like talking to two different people. Learning about two different worlds, two different hopes, and two different dreams.
So tell me how you intend to become more important.
Well, first I need to study about the world more. What ways people have influence over it. What ways that I could be helpful. I know one thing, at least to some degree before, my family held influence. Maybe not the right kind, but influence. So maybe I could do that again. But for a better cause.
Like an ambassador of some sort.
Maybe. Are you asking me to be your ambassador?
Perhaps.
I would.
I'd need to see you grow into it first. Then I would be willing to appoint.
Then I'll work on it. And if I'm not good at that, then I'll find something else I'm good at.
I'm sure you would. You're nothing if not determined.
Well, I have more reason to be now, don't I?
So you say.
Beforehand, my only reason was people who are already gone. Most of which I didn't even know. Not that well. It's not like they kept us all in the same cell. But they put a lot of belief in me. Maybe I'm not doing it the way they wanted me to, but I think if I'm helping you, then I'm fixing things. Ultimately, creating a world where my family could have lived.
I suppose that's fair. It's a good outlook to have. It's sound.
More importantly, they could have lived with you and your family, not against them.
Well, past quarrels certainly didn't make that easy. What's happening right now?
not really. But I think I can live with you. And if I'm the last of my family, then I think that means my family can live with you.
I'm not sure their blessings count if they're dead. That was a bit insensitive.
Maybe not. It's fine. I've watched a lot of people die. It's nothing I'm not used to. It just comes with my age.
I suppose. But given where you come from and how long you've lived for, that makes sense.
Of course, there's people who I don't want to see die. You being the top of that list.
Everyone has a list.
I suppose they do.
My list is very long.
I can imagine. You know quite a lot of people, don't you? And even those you don't know are probably on it.
There are more people whose names are on it that I don't know than those that I do. That list has 3 names. One of which I can't reveal.
Well, I wasn't expecting you to tell me then.
I know. I suppose I was just sharing to share.
Well, you can always share with me. Thank you for everything you've given me thus far.
Many of it are things that should have been given to you long before I came along.
Maybe, but I'm glad that they came from you first. And some of them, I'm not sure I want to come from anyone else.
I wonder if you'd still be saying that if someone did come along.
You said you didn't want that.
That's not entirely what I meant.
Well, what did you mean then?
I suppose it's hard for me to remember the context at the moment, but I enjoyed getting to know you and learning from you. I'm glad that I got to show you parts of the world. Some of your experiences. Even simple things like eating breakfast together. I'm glad that I got to do those things, and not someone else. Because you can only do everything for the first time once. And I've got a fair share of your firsts under my belt. I suppose it's territorial in nature. I can't help it. But that doesn't mean I wouldn't want someone to come along and make you very happy. I would prefer that, actually.
No matter who or what comes along or how happy it makes me, I'm yours.
Well, I'm certainly not going to cut your tongue out should you ever change your mind.
I don't think I'm going to. Plus, you're mine. You're other people's, but you're mine too.
I suppose that's true in a sense. Part of me, yes. Visual ASMR's peak. Sansa, hello?
No. Dragonkinder's supposed to have a horde.
Yeah?
And I haven't had one this whole time. I've been wondering why. Why was I not compelled to have anything? I realized that my horde is you.
Sansa. She just headbutt the shit out of me. She's fucking attacking me. I'm certain that won't become a problem at some point.
I don't intend it to.
I suppose you've surprised me. It's certainly not what I would have expected. Then again, maybe I should have an oversight on my part.
What did you expect?
It's less that I was anticipating something and more so that I just didn't see that sort of proclamation coming.
I suppose there's plenty of things I haven't said then.
I don't suppose it will be difficult for you when I'm far away. When your so-called horde is halfway across the world. It'll hurt, won't it?
Maybe, but that hurt won't last forever. And I'll know that my heart is safe. I'll know that it's doing what it needs to. If you hold the flower too closely, you may smother it, and it would kill it. Crush the petals, break the stem. I think that you're as much of a flower as I am. And I want to be able to admire that flower's beauty.
Holy shit. You're so cheesy, Alfie. You're so cute. I suppose that's a fair way of putting it. You carry a lot of wisdom with you for someone who's been so isolated.
There's many things I don't know, but I certainly know how to appreciate things when they come my way. And I certainly know a lot about patience. Imagine had I left sooner than I did, with no vision to guide me to Monsante. I could have, but I waited. And it led me to you.
It's very interesting that our paths have crossed in such a way that it did.
It is, isn't it? Even more so interesting that people like us found such comfort in each other.
Hobbies! Oh god. Enjoy that while you can.
I intend to. And I hope that you enjoy it too.
They will be sweet reminders that I'll hold on to.
Good. I have no intention of trying to pull you away from what you need to do. But you asked me a question a couple of days ago. I have an answer now.
Girl, stop headbutting me. Santa. Santa.
This is love.
Do you know what kind?
Perhaps every kind.
Aww.
makes me want to hold on, but it also tells me that I need to let go. And it makes me know that I will see you again. I promise, whatever I do, it will be to make you happy.
I believe you.
I know you do. I'll write every chance I get, and I'll let you know everything that's going on. Not just with the dreams or the Kalypsia. I'll let you know how I am too. And I'll keep a list of first things to experience with you. So that when we meet again, we can try all of them. Everything that I still haven't done.
I still want you to do new things, Elfe. It would still be a pleasure to hear of your experiences.
I didn't say I'd stop trying them. The list is so that I can cross off the ones that I have tried, and we can see what's left when I get to you again.
I'll make sure that responding to the letters is priority.
Thank you.
This girl's gonna put me to sleep. Sleepy night night.
I asked for a night with you, but this was much better. You gave me the sun.
Who taught you to be so cheesy, Elfe?
I'm just speaking my mind. You know that.
I tease.
Maybe I'm teasing a bit too.
You're gonna put me to sleep.
You tease because you want a reaction out of me. Maybe I'm not giving you that right now.
Perhaps not. I suppose that's something else to look forward to. They say that absence makes the heart grow fonder. I wonder if that's true.
We'll have to find out together.
I think that's a requirement.
May I be bold?
In what sense?
Making an assumption about you.
Very well.
I think at least in some way, maybe not one I understand, that May loves me.
Perhaps in some sense you're correct. There are many kinds of love, as we've discussed. Which one that might be is something uncertain.
We'll see what it turns into. How that flower blooms. Since you're leaving tonight, you told me before that you'd explain why Malin chose me.
Before she knew you, she thought that you were easy to manipulate and to use. But what she didn't expect is how capable you were, or your skill set, or the peace that you would bring. The manipulation slipped away. It stopped being that a long time ago. You are useful, Ilfe. But there's other things too. It's more than that.
I see.
Fuck, I opened the menu.
Well,
oh, it's gone.
I'm glad that
shit,
if it was going to be anyone, that she chose to manipulate me. To end up on the path to learning all that.
It is now night.
Even if the roads that we travel are further apart, I still think that we will be traveling a similar path, side by side.
I think so too. I believe that there is such thing as destiny. I believe that everything happens for a reason. And while we're destined for some things, we control our own fates. We have that power. And should you wish it, our fates can be intertwined. The fact that we've met under these circumstances alone, I don't think that was pointless.
I don't think so either. I believe that whether it's a fate of my own choosing or not, our roads will intersect again.
I think so as well. This fucking menu.
I'll be sure to let you know wherever the ship is landing next, so it's easy to get letters to and fro.
I would appreciate that. Give me 1 second. Fucking. Girl, if you don't stop headbutting me, we're gonna have issues.
We should head back, shouldn't we?
Probably. It was a long walk, but much needed peace before the journeys ahead for both of us, I presume.
If I can help it, I intend to give you as much peace as possible.
Every letter you send will bring some. I'll consider them tokens. And I'll send the first one so that you'll know where to send return. But also so that you know that I got home safe. I don't know how long it'll take.
I don't suppose that there's birds that could carry them to the Kalypsia, not that high up, right?
I could try.
Best to send him both ways in case the bird doesn't make it. There's so many stars out tonight.
You see more of them when there's less lights. Small towns are rather nice for that reason. Less lanterns, less beacons.
We're also quite far from the town itself, so...
That's true. I wonder if there's still so many in town.
Okay. Can I try something? Would you mind if... just for a brief moment, I attempted to let our souls touch?
Have you ever done that before?
No. But I've been studying quite a bit on it. Knowing what it feels like would help with the study. Knowing what I need to work towards and replicate. Unless I'm trying to actively do something, it shouldn't have any harmful effects.
Very well. If it hurts, I'll tell you to stop, but I trust you.
You have your hand? And for the briefest moment, you're going to feel her soul touch yours. And it is a closeness unlike any other you know. It's almost as if, like, for that moment, you know what it's like to be there. Are you okay?
I'm okay. Are you okay?
Yeah. I can't really describe what that feeling was, but I'm okay.
I think in comparison to normal, it was overwhelming, but in a different sort of sense. It was surprising, to put it simply.
I suppose it was.
Do you think it varies day to day? That feeling?
Maybe. I couldn't say for sure. This is the first time I've done it.
Then we'll have to try again sometime. And we'll compare.
Then when I see you again, we'll try. Thank you.
Well, I suppose you've secured a first of my own.
It was a first for both of us.
I suppose you've gotten a couple of those, though, at this point. Your magic was a first. Having our souls touch was another. And sleeping with another woman was a third.
Oh. I didn't really think that it could be different than with a man. But I suppose that makes sense.
It was very different. It was more fun, certainly.
well, another first of mine that you have is attraction to another person like that.
I'll take that victory. It fills me with pride.
Good. You should feel pride for it. I mean it. My entire life before meeting you, the only thing I ever thought to myself was beautiful was magic. You're the first time that I've looked at another person and thought that they were beautiful.
I suppose I relish in that as well. That, in a sense, puts me at ease. It settles a confidence, I suppose. A security blanket.
I'll always be your security blanket then.
I'd rather call you other things that are way cuter.
Like?
Wisteria. I sometimes think of you as the night sky as well.
Rest for the sun.
Yes. It's such a contrast to myself that it's breathtaking. I appreciate it very much.
There was one you forgot.
Hmm?
You called me Little Dragon one time.
Yes.
Though Dragonkin should take that as a wound to their pride. I liked it. I'm not so prideful like others of my kind.
I certainly wouldn't have said it to anyone else. I just think you're sweet. Many dragons try to be ferocious, and you don't. I think there's charm in that.
Well, I think that I don't need to take so much pride in all of those sorts of things. I mean, I ended up with you. I think that's something to take a lot of pride in.
I suppose. Not many get the same chance. I find that I likely will be far more isolated once I'm back home. Not that I hate it.
Well, I will do my best to keep you company with every letter. They may get a bit long.
That's alright.
I know that you've had dates with other people, like Alden before, but maybe I'm being too bold to assume. I don't think that you've gotten close like this.
It's certainly not the same.
Is that another first that I have?
I wish I could tell you yes. But it is different. It's always different from person to person. So you're unique in that way.
I suppose it doesn't have to be unique or a first. As long as it makes you happy. Me.
What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? Oh.
I'm stealing one for the road so that you'll have to come back to get it.
I'll remember that.
I'm sure that you will.
I'll pay you back twice as much.
There's still the other ones that I took. You'll have to pay me back more.
We'll say that one of those was earned.
Oh, was it now?
I'd say so. Perhaps as an apology.
You all hear a loud explosion, which sounds like it's coming from the church's direction.
Fuck.
That sounded like something.
Why the explosion? Why are there so many explosions recently?
If you have something to do with that, so you two come from there.
No.
Alright.
You want me to stay by you or investigate it?
Looks like I should get to work.
I look.
Perhaps you'll be useful.
Everybody needs attention.
I think somebody would look at that.
Alright. I'll come find you as soon as I figure out what it
I'd like
is.
to see what happens.
I'm not about to walk into something that
Yes,
should
we
be
did. Yes, considering.
Expecting.
I'm sure you heard that as well.
Okay. I heard that about the Kalypsia. What's wrong?
Gods.
God, please don't be said.
Oh no! Is our arsonist practicing magic again?
In a church?
Good way to get on the tracks.
It's mildly racist, sir.
Well, it's not on fire.
Yeah, look at me. Look at me. Hey, man. No one's come out yet.
Something happened that damaged the window in the back of the church, and there's some sort of illusion magic on it, indicating what we're seeing in there isn't real.
Who else was in there?
Many people. When I walked in initially, it was the masked one, Jasper, Cedros, a couple others. Jasper said they were testing something in there, but the back window, you can see the wavering of the magic, indicating there's an illusion in play.
Well, no one's rushed out if they're injured or screaming, so I would...
There's quite a few people in there.
I would assume that everything's under control.
Bill, I'm curious about that magic and why it's applied in there.
Well, you're free to investigate.
I'll keep you informed. If it seems dangerous, I'll make my way out.
Very well.
Though I suppose we might be the only opportunity now.
I definitely feel like I would have been able to get up the boxes and onto the roof. I really do think that. So I'm gonna do that. Jumpies. Jump impulse. And I will reset it in a minute. Give me uppies.
How did you find your way up there?
I had to take the long way.
All the way around?
There is a way over in that way. You have to climb the barrels.
I see. Oh. I went back in for a little bit, and apparently, according to Leto, the locals do that to disguise the true appearance of the god they worship, as it can be unsettling to newcomers.
Alright. Does that explain the explosion?
Seraphim. The explosion was apparently those who were in there messing with it to figure out what was going on.
I see. Very well.
So, people doing stupid things, I suppose.
Such is typical.
So you said back that way?
Yeah. I was just going to scope real quick before I hop down.
Oh. Unfortunate. I like being in high places too.
It's really funny.
I can't find the barrels.
It doesn't really matter.
It doesn't, but rooftops are fun.
I suppose.
You said that you had someone to meet up with tonight, didn't you?
Yes, but that is also a secret.
Ah, I see. I didn't know if you had to go by now.
I thought I would have. I guess not.
Well, I assume that somebody or a group of people will likely be in trouble for vandalizing the church.
Maybe. Not that they'll really have much they can do about it, considering they need our help. But yes, they shouldn't have done that.
I'm just glad it wasn't anything more dangerous. I'd prefer to not publicly use my magic.
Hi, baby. Hi, baby. Because Mom, this is twice now that you sat on me while I'm trying to EB. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Mama, maybe in.
Out of curiosity, what else can you do with your magic?
Stop. Other than dreamwalking with people, I have a calming effect, I suppose. Stop! Stop, baby! Stop it.
Are you playing with an imaginary chicken right now?
Yes. This chicken is being such a pain in the ass. She called you out on your shit. Spinkins.
Little chicken, please leave May alone. We're trying to talk.
Stop. She's been headbutting me all night.
Oh, so that's how I get your attention.
You have horns.
They don't face forward.
I suppose, depending on the tilt of your head, no. Also, I'm gonna check on that.
The church? That one?
That one.
Oh. Oh, me.
Oh.
What is it?
Hello. Just thinking that monster might be the one behind the stained glass. Or the one looting itself. That's what the explosion was for. That stained glass is illusionary magic, apparently. They use it to hide their god, apparently, and to me it looks like a monster. Half of the Kalypsia likes to believe that obviously it shouldn't be meddled with in that way, and I agree with that. But I think that has more to do with their problem than, their artifact.
Could be.
I simply don't believe a god would, sit behind a pane of glass all day.
Oh, wait.
What's back there is more harmful to its people.
There's something in the glass.
I think so.
The way that
Not
Leto
sure.
explained it, I thought he was just saying the appearance of the glass was what was being masked.
Jasper, Cedric, and the other guy, they said a monster appeared. Something monstrous. Alden and the rest are saying the townspeople do that to hide its appearance, because their god might scare someone. There's monsters out there who disguise themselves or do things and sap the life out of people just from being near.
This is either something worse than I initially thought, or a case of many people misunderstanding poor wording.
But think about it. There's a disease going around with this village specifically. This very village. Their livestock, their cattle, their people are catching a disease. Something that only a magical plant can cure. And that magical plant has been dying out. I think the root of the problem might be in there, in their faith. But that's not my position to step in. We'll be leaving in a day or two, much as I want to help them. I'll help them with the bandit problem, help them get their artifact back, but I can't do more than that.
Why not?
Aye, we're leaving soon, and half the Kalypsia doesn't seem to agree. They believe the townsfolk are up to it.
And what about the other half?
Well, probably more than half. Jasper seems to be the only one with the idea. It's not that they don't believe something might not be back there, it's just they don't believe it's their problem.
You could try to rally some others. Make them change their mind.
Aye, maybe, but I don't exactly have conclusive evidence. Never seen a god before, so maybe it truly is a god. But things have me pointing to it being a monster. Something using the people here. Maybe the root of this plague.
You're a dog, isn't your
Don't got
whole
any
thing to
evidence,
act
though.
on instinct?
Aye, but I'm trained.
Well, no one's holding the leash anymore.
Aye, true. Aye, though, what if what I do ends up hurting more people than helping?
Then when you start, you only go as far as necessary. Because the alternative is letting it sit and rot.
Aye, trust me, I'm gonna try to get that evidence. I don't plan on just sitting here. Though, if I can't gather that evidence and we end up leaving, I'm always coming with.
That's
I'll state
fair.
my worries to the mayor, and they can look into it after that. But don't act on, you know.
It's better than nothing.
'Cause what if that god in there ends up actually being a god, and after slaying, that plague runs rampant. Maybe that god was actually protecting the townspeople from, you know, catching it without, you know, eating anything.
Lots of what ifs.
Lots of what ifs.
It makes it dangerous, I get it.
It's a maze of the mind.
Well, people are fond of you. I'm sure they hear you out. I wouldn't necessarily rely on the mayor's word. We don't know how much they have part in it.
Exactly. Well, that mage, also the one that took us into the forest, said they purposely have kept, you know, the artifact and the whole disease thing from most of the people. There's something that they're keeping from the people because they don't trust their civilians, and Holden knows it. So I'm curious why they're arguing. I think it's mostly because Jasper and Cedrus acted without, you know, permission. But still. I feel like more people should be able to smell the scent of danger when they, you know, are near it.
Yes. Less why flock to an airship with bad dreams.
Maybe I'm attracted to the danger.
Well, I certainly don't believe in doing nothing. Even under uncertain circumstances. Jasper can be convincing. You do both run the most popular establishment on the Kalypsia. I'm sure you have some sway.
I appreciate it. Trust me, I came out here to think, gather my thoughts about the monsters I know, and try to correlate what I can. There's so much arguing in that chapel.
Of course.
The argues just echo throughout the building. I had to come out here for some quiet.
Then I'm sorry to have disturbed you.
Perhaps could identify the bell on there, but I'm not sure. If it's runic, then I definitely wouldn't be able to identify it.
You're no bother though. Appreciate the conversation. You helped me get some new points of views on it.
If you need anything, I'm happy to help.
I appreciate it. My research. I'll read a book or two if I have to. See what this town knows. In their library.
No, please, not reading.
Trust me. Not big for the literacy. Like to keep it all up
I
here.
like reading.
Would you read it to me? If I found you the right book for like a monstery? At least what this, town knows about monsters.
I don't think I've ever read for anyone before, but maybe?
I beats reading it myself. Just trying to think what monster. They all come in different shapes and sizes, different things about them, different prices, different pay. So much to think about. So something that needs to be hidden, as its presence might bring fear. And as they were saying, the mayor has wings like Little and Holly. And they're being called Divine Ones. What I've heard, those people don't come down from their islands often. So why would that guy come down here and potentially bring that to worship?
In my experience, it's about power and control, usually.
Aye, that seems what it always is. Something about power, control. I honestly don't get any of it.
It's all a mess, really. But it's everywhere, unfortunately.
Aye, that's why I like to live free. When my journey's over, I like to go home to the old cabin. Pa will probably have passed by then, and I'll take it up from there. Keep up hunting, rest in the cabin for my last few days.
You're gonna make me cry, man.
On to the whatever may be next.
Sheesh.
None of that ruling or having power. Just want freedom. Freedom to do what I want.
I think that's a pretty reasonable ask. So long as it's not harming others, which you are of the more peaceful few that I've met.
Try not to hurt, human-like people, or, man. I'm even nervous about hurting those bandits, because, they're not exactly monsters. They may act like them, but they're not monsters.
Then perhaps there's a way to spare them.
Maybe
Apprehend.
so. That's what I planned, disarming and then moving on.
Many think that the answer is often death, thinking that's the easiest route, but it's not.
When you kill everyone related to that person you killed and hates you. You gain more enemies by ending one enemy. By choosing mercy on an enemy, you still only have one enemy. Sometimes maybe even a friend after that.
Sometimes.
I'll wait until the church clears out. Then I'll head in and do my searching.
Hello.
Alden.
Were you
Hello?
informed about what happened?
Plenty.
Oh, alright. Boring. Well, what do you think?
I'd be more curious of your answer on that question.
Well, too bad asked first. Dibs.
That is not a rule that I need to apply to myself.
Sure. I don't have to answer you either.
That's fine.
Fair enough. Everything alright?
Just standing.
Fair enough, fair enough.
I agree with you, by the way, that you shouldn't have acted on impulse. That more time should be had in preparation. But the information that was revealed, has me skeptical about this god. There's plenty of monsters that disguise themselves as different things and feed off the people.
What are you doing?
Out there. But, fair enough, maybe.
What are you doing?
I'm gonna look into it before I present anything, of course. I'll get evidence before I bring it forward.
I mean, you have what, a day? Are you not coming with us to deal with the bandits?
Aye. Probably end up spending the night doing that then. Get the information I can, go to the bandits, get the artifact, and potentially even use that artifact against the evidence I have.
Okay. Well, now that Mate has given you my answer, what about you? What do you think of it?
I think people are too focused on how it was handled and less how they can help it going forward. If there is a monster in the mirror, you do more harm by letting it sit there and faster than trying to do something about it.
Possibly. But such a wild theory, May. Do you really believe that there might be a monster in the mirror? More importantly, are you willing to do this sort of thing in the rest of the towns that we land in?
Rather than let them sit here and continue to get worse, yes. While we're here, why not?
I don't really think that there might be anything in the mirror, and well, I might be mistaken. What would you do if you are mistaken, May? What if there's no monster in the mirror and you just deface their religious icon? Oops, I'm sorry. Is that what you'll say?
Then I stay behind and rectify mistakes. They would be my responsibility after all.
Is that how it works? You just break it and then you say to them, well, I had very good reasons.
I don't know, I just went in there, found
I
out
can
what
stay
happened
and fix
left.
it.
I can't believe Jasper even
Yes,
asked him
actually.
to do anything to it. If he would have just asked around, he would have been
That's
told
fun.
why it was enchanted, because that's what I did.
It's better than leaving it. And people can't help themselves. What's the point in having magic and prowess and power if you're not going to use it for something useful?
So that newcomers don't see its true form right away because it can...
Well, it can be argued that that's not the way to go about it.
New people.
Well, from what I've heard, most of the people here want to just leave it be. And that's not the right way to go about it either.
Behind that window.
It's a normal window. It's just enchanted.
Will you be a proponent for staying then, May?
At least
We are meant
there's
to live in
nothing
2
on the other
days.
side, and
What if we don't
Holly broke off
figure
a
this
piece
out
and gave it to me,
2
and it was
days?
just it was a normal.
If the Kalypsia decides to stay, then we
So
stay.
there is no monster behind the window.
No.
I would.
The Kalypsia is
highly
likely gonna
doubt it.
live. Well, I don't think they care about this or anything else. They got their schedule. I meant, what if the Kalypsia lives? Are you willing to stay to fix it?
Yes.
Interesting. That's so much fun. Fair enough, May.
It's not like the Kalypsia wouldn't land somewhere else eventually. You could always catch up to it.
Theoretically, yes. But if it keeps making 2 day stops. But yes,
Did
eventually
Cedro head back to the ship?
I saw him
I'm not
going
sure.
that way earlier.
Then
Okay.
Well then, these flowers match you.
They do a little bit, don't they? At least my eyes.
And the accents of your armor.
Oh. They are very pretty. Either
What are
way.
you trying to do, Alpha?
I suppose that, first of all, we're gonna have to deal with the bandits anyway. And after that, well, I guess you're doing an investigation, Maeve, so if you come up with anything, I suppose that can be addressed when we get back.
Of course, I don't plan on acting anything if I don't have anything to prove my point.
Fair enough.
Oh, then, I just remembered. I was told I should ask you about something since you work with animals. How is it that you get milk from cows?
Yes, so you see how they have an udder at the back? They have like this pink sac, you know, below them. Have you seen cows? Yes. So
just
you
today
grab,
for the first time.
Yeah, so you grab a bucket, you put it below that sac, and you know how it has teats, right? Like things. Well, you do pressure on them, and milk comes out. You know, T-E-A-T-S. Yeah, yep, like that. Yep. Yep. And you get milk.
I feel like that would feel quite strange to the cow.
Oh, I'm sure they like it.
No, is it in there, Doc?
Imagine like a big pressure, you know, and they're relieving it.
So they like when you do this.
Yeah, I'm sure they do.
Yeah.
Weird.
We'll have to see how that goes now, won't we?
But yeah, that's how you get milk. And if you want butter, you churn it.
Churn?
Yeah. So there's like, imagine a big container, right? Like this. And it's got a lid, right? And then it has like a stick. And, you know, there's some other things inside, but whatever. Anyway, the motion goes something like this. You know? Churning butter. Yeah. And it repeatedly, yes.
This is very similar to how you milk the cow.
Well,
You must have experience with movements like this.
Oh, I do. I mean, I used to work in a farm. Of course I do. Now you're a bit more knowledgeable. Isn't that nice?
I do like to learn new things.
Well,
Hey,
don't
if you pardon
hesitate
me.
to ask me. Yeah, go.
Seems the chapel's emptied. Gonna go do my looks.
Be careful.
Pleasure talking to you all.
Genuinely. Be careful.
Ah, you got it.
Okay. And for the record, it's not that I'm entirely against doing anything. Rather, I disagree how Jasper went about it, and if he really had noticed something, he should have gone about it differently. The way that he went about it, I mean, if the major had come out, well, the gig would be up, wouldn't it? They could have just kicked us out of town.
They could have, but
They got lucky.
if everyone waited for the right opportunity to act on something, then nothing would ever get done.
That's not true, May.
I disagree. He was doing what he thought was right. And I trust him more than anyone else here, including the handsome bird boy.
Thing tomorrow. I mean, I'd like to be up early and.
What did you think, Alfie? Is there a monster behind the mirror?
From what Leto explained, it's just a normal window that had an enchantment on it. There's nothing behind it.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Maybe we can get in a little spar.
I suppose we'll see.
I believe there was a bit of a miscommunication in that regard.
Fair.
I'll be retiring for the night, Alden, but
Have a good night.
I hope you've had an alright day, considering everything that has befallen this town.
I have, yes, I hope you do.
Have a good night, Lady May.
Good night.
It's conflicting. Okay. I'll be heading back.
I think I will also retire.
Yeah, sure.
I was thinking about this. It's been a long day, so...
It certainly has. An even longer one tomorrow, I imagine.
Actually, before you go, I did have a question.
No,
I already asked, but now that the day's over, I was wondering if you had a more different or resolute answer. Will you be coming with us? To go deal with the bandits, quote unquote?
No.
And the reason I ask is not because I think that you would be fighting, but rather because perhaps you would like to make sure that people talk or discussions are had before they get butchered or something.
It is my hope that it won't be a slaughterfest when you go and deal with mere bandits. That apprehension is an option.
Certainly. I mean, I personally would like to at least try to speak with them first. I am curious of their motives, all of that. I don't know about the rest of them, though, but it seems that it's more or less understood that we'll at least try to speak with them before we proceed to just stab them all.
Perhaps. It seems the outcome is to stab them all at the end, though. So
Not
far, anyway.
necessarily. We could apprehend them and bring them here. But if I'm honest, May, well, I doubt that they would get much less than an execution, given that they've been repeatedly attacking this town. But it's up to them to decide that at that point.
Probably by the bubble.
Yes, I suppose that's in their hands.
And you wouldn't want other people doing justice to people from your place, would you?
No.
Even if the outcome is the same, you would probably feel insulted.
As I've agreed. The justice is theirs to serve.
Indeed, indeed.
I trust that if there's going to be questions asked of them, that they will be asked without me being there.
Fair.
It's something I didn't think I would have.
Anyway. I hope you have a good night, Alden.
I hope you have a good night, Ming. Please be safe.
I'm grateful for it.
I will.
Sorry, I got kind of distracted there.
I was expecting to depart from you for the night, so it's fine.
Oh, alright. I didn't know when that was happening.
It's fine.
Since you hadn't found who you were meeting up with yet.
It's alright. Either way, I hope you have a good night, Alfie.
I'll do my best to. Eka asked me to oversee a spar between her and Leto. Apparently she's teaching him to use his dagger.
I wish him the best.
No, I'm not going to see you in the morning, right?
No. This'll be it.
Be safe.
I will.
And get those letters to me so I can start getting them to you.
As soon as I'm home.
Is this what your eyes are normally like, or is this an effect of something else?
It's sort of more of an effect.
I still like them. Matches mine a bit more now.
I bet. Good night, Alvi.
I was going for the cheek, and then you turned.
I don't think that's a bad thing.
We'll call that one destiny.
Thank you for throwing my own words back at me.
Apologies, should I not do that?
It's fine.
Good night, May.
Get some rest.
Farewell. And I'll see you again. I promise.
You will. I was going to have a scene with Jasper. Kind of like a farewell thing. Because he doesn't know yet in character. Oh fuck, he saw me. Thank God. Thank God. I thought I wasn't gonna get to. I was gonna be really sad. It's gonna be super sad. I don't know where there's a teleport out here. I don't know if there's like a place that we can go in. Jasper.
You put on quite the show right there.
I like what you see.
Holly surely does. She wanted to interrupt the moment.
She could have. Elfie had her fair share. It was easier to come out here than try and find a moment without anyone watching. Unfortunately, I don't think we have access to these barns or windmills.
Some of them are private, then.
Unless you want to be caught talking in the middle of the street.
Nope. Lead the way, my lady.
How are you feeling?
Anxious. My goodness, how far does this go?
I have a feeling that this is just a road.
Hold on. That's as far as it goes.
I have picked a terrible direction for us to walk in, it would seem.
Perhaps we can find a place. Somewhere over there, or there. The road seems to split right there. And there's a door up ahead.
Sure. What has you so anxious?
I heard that we're going to aid this town.
That worries you?
So openly. Yes. But we do not question why and how.
I've heard quite the opposite. Half of the Kalypsia isn't interested in doing anything at all for these people.
But the other half is still a strong bout.
Maeve isn't convinced. She thinks she stands alone with you.
But the ones that want to do something will do so anyway. But does it really matter that we disagree?
I think they should. Rather than let this place rot, really?
But do we know who the true enemies are then?
Does it matter when there's innocence involved? They can't do anything for themselves.
Well, this is a place that leads somewhere.
This goes quite a ways. This is where they dragged everyone out to do that ritual.
Then this is the perfect place. Innocence on which side, though?
Of course I speak of the civilians.
So you refer to them as bandits too?
Where did the bandits come into this conversation?
Are you referring to the civilians as both this end and the other end?
I'm referring to the civilians that are being plagued by not only famine but sickness due to their livestock and their fields and a corrupted mayor and whatever the hell is in the church.
But is that truly a doing of the so-called bandits?
When I ask that we help this town, I don't necessarily mean do things to the bandits and the problems are solved. I think it's much deeper than that. There's a deeper corruption here.
As do I. That is what I am trying to assist in.
Cute! Very cute.
No wonder they came here. This cottage is empty.
Thank goodness we didn't stumble into somebody's home and they're just actively making something in the kitchen.
Yes, thankfully.
All I ask is that we don't leave it.
In what condition, though? The same one? If the ones taking care of the bandits do exactly as instructed, then we leave this place in the same condition it's always has.
Seem to have ran by both religion and a hold of power.
I don't care. Doing something at all is better than doing nothing.
I'm not saying we should do nothing.
And that's all I'm asking. I won't be here to have a say in it. I'm relying on you to do that.
You'll be going.
I've wasted too much time.
If you are so definite, then why do you look so sad?
It has its difficulties. I'm not thrilled to be leaving. But it's required of me, so I will. It's that simple.
I trust your judgment. Always have. You are my lady, after all.
You're staying, though.
Maybe.
It wasn't a question.
That is unfair.
You'll have to beg me to take you with me then.
My place is beside you.
But you're useful to me here. You can keep me informed.
How long, though?
Until there's nothing left. Until you deem it wasted efforts on your part. If you realize you can be doing better elsewhere, then you go elsewhere. I trust your judgment as well.
If I choose to go elsewhere after I've used up my usefulness here, then you know exactly where I'd go.
And you'd be welcomed.
When do you plan on going?
I've had Natsumi arranging transportation all day. We're going to leave at dawn before most others rise. I haven't told anyone but Elfe and Asato, who will also be keeping me informed while aboard the Kalypsia.
I see. At that point, I don't think I can keep myself hidden from them.
They don't know about you.
It would be more beneficial if they did.
If you deem it as such, that's your call. It'll become more dangerous for you, considering you've been playing the other team. The more people know, the more danger you're in. And I can't do anything for you so far away.
Is that what you call it, playing for the other team?
What would you call it?
Spreading the horizon of my information in the name of my lady.
All of your niceties. I just call it like it is. You make it sound sweet.
I'm not trying to make a cottage in Valinor.
But I'm sure they'd offer it to you.
All in good faith.
No such thing.
Then you have no idea how loyal I am.
You could remind me if you'd like. I didn't mean that sexually. I didn't mean that sexually. I didn't mean it like that. I didn't mean it like that. I didn't know. Wait. I didn't mean it like that. I didn't mean it like that. Oh, thank fuck. You didn't have to do all that. You didn't have to do that. Stop looking at me like that.
So much up
Stop
until
fucking looking at me like that. I can't handle
jump
it.
the gun.
You're injured. Get up.
Is that also in order?
Yes.
Very well.
I know that you're loyal. I've never doubted that. For the same reasons that I know you'd tell me if I was a shit ruler.
As of current, you are inexperienced. But you are the one I chose to follow. I have very high faith and hope for you, Lady Kazuya. Like the trees, I wish to see you blossom.
I will. If only just to prove them wrong. And to fix everything that they broke.
I'm going to miss you.
Don't be a sap. What are you doing?
I am going to miss you.
And I you. It's been a lonely few weeks watching from afar. I'm sure that's not just going to go away.
You'll be home.
In some ways, that's more dangerous. But I can do things there.
Yes, she can.
I don't like that face.
It just never really mattered when you were by my side. In terms of protecting you, I physically cannot do that. It would be no different if I were to come with you.
No. It wouldn't. That's why it's better that
Can
you
you tell
stay.
me one thing? Why did you give me the sword? If you're going back, then I want to return it to you. My lady. Is this really the time you look away from me? That's more like... To know. Telling it straight to my face why you chose me.
There isn't anyone else that I would trust to wield it. There isn't anyone that I truly believe would do as good with it as you would. My people are corrupt. And in your hands, I know that it'll never shed blood if it doesn't have to. I think if my father knew you, he'd feel the same way.
Who's the one getting sappy now?
I'm just giving you my honesty.
wish I'd met him.
Really, Jasper, the floor? You're better than the floor.
But it is beside you.
All right, when I get home. The first second that I get. And know that if you ever stop hearing from me, something has gone terribly wrong. That's how much of a priority I'm going to place these letters.
I'll wait each and every one of them. I do hope they end up smelling like you.
I'm gonna rub one on a wet dog. Just because you said that.
That might not be too far from the original.
Shame on you.
The shame is all mine.
I'm sure I don't need to tell you this, but don't confide in Asato. He's honorable, but I don't know him very well.
He's kind of an idiot.
So I've gathered, but some of the things I've heard from him I quite like. I wish he were a kitsune. He would bring a good name. Ailfay is loyal. She'd do anything if it meant my life. But she can be volatile because of that. I won't say not to trust her, but if you do, be careful.
You look like you want to say something.
I don't. I'm just memorizing.
Me? Why don't you come a little closer then? It'll help.
Now isn't the time, Jasper. You're hurt.
I'm pretty.
And you exploded a church.
I'm pretty sure now is the best time, because at dawn you will be gone.
Is that what you want?
What does exploding a church is a huge turnoff for you?
No. I don't care about the church. I care that you decided to do something about the nonsense that was happening in the town. I'll defend that until my last breath.
Just trying to see beyond the other side, not seeing.
An effort was made where the first thought wasn't death.
It proved fruitful, though. The visage upon the glass-stained window, hiding a monstrous form. That is neither here nor there. Not what is important. At least not right now.
Promise me it'll be important to you in the morning.
Very much so. But now, you need to do some memorizing.
Oh my god. Come with me. I'm not going to memorize you on the floor. Sit.
I can't promise I'll do my best, but at the very least, I'm going to say I'm going to make sure you never forget about me. I'm going to make you yearn for the next time.
Oh? Are you sure it's not going to be the other way around? But trust me, Jasper, you are not so easily forgotten.